All right, let's get, I don't know, which album? Some Tourist at Home? Let's do that. Yeah. And yeah, thanks, Troll Rye. I appreciate that. All right, let's get this album going. This one's better. And we'll refresh here. Rotate that. Okay, cool. So, there's actually one thing I want to do before we get too deep. Let me see. I don't remember what the name of this would be. Not auto bleep. Not auto research. Not flick it. Teleprompterify. That's it. So yeah, we're going to do just a quick little bit of hand coding on this thing. I know, the craziest thing I've ever said. And then, hold on. Yeah, real quick. Let me catch up. So used to skate a ton, nearly died from a horrible hill bombing a few years ago. Broke your clavicle up and fractured some vertebrae. Yikes. Biffing actually hurts when you get older. Yeah, dude. I mean, snow is a lot more forgiving. I don't ride park anymore, but I do ride powder. And, dude, ragdolling in powder makes you feel alive. Best core exercise you'll ever do. But yeah, I've broken both my collarbones. My right shoulder dislocates. I've got a rib where if I like, there's like certain falls I'll do that'll like jar my false rib loose again because I like tacoed some rails back in the day. You know, knock on particle board. Only major like leg injuries I've had was like borderline compartment syndrome from like some impacts to like the meat of the thigh on both legs, but at different times. I think that's the most of it. So yeah, could be worse. Could be worse. But yeah, so here in Teleprompterify, what I kind of want to do I've got some things. Yeah, we don't care about that part. I wonder if this is a thing we can bring in. Ooh. Yeah, we're just doing some, like, hacky stuff here. We should probably improve it a bit. Nah, I don't know. That's pretty old. Let's look at the package JSON. I'm just looking for where I would get the types. That's it. At types Chrome. Oh, and yeah, I forgot to do, like, you know, the recap of, like, what our plans are for the day for the Twitter and the YouTube VOD. So, yeah. Let me just find my today command. All right, so the TS SDK fixes are done. The C# SDK creation seems to be progressing fairly well. The MCP server creation process is making some questionable design decisions that we're going to have to figure out how to correct. That'll be fun. Worst case scenario, we just take this as a learning opportunity and do another like exploration, giving better instructions about how we want the code structured for the MCP. Because it's taking some liberties that I would not have done. And it's, I don't know, the code's a bit questionable. But whatever. So maybe we start from scratch with better direction. And then for ISObench, we basically just went through like a brainstorming phase with Kimi K3 using open code. And it gave us 17 slices, right? 17 chunks of things that it needed to do as like separate like proposals, basically. That's a lot of work. Theoretically, some of this stuff could be parallelized, right? After S3, 5 slices can run in parallel, which is interesting. I believe wave 3 also has some stuff that we can fan out for, and then wave 4 would be converging and then sequential again. Now, the big thing is, what are we going to use to do this? Because I'm not made of money. I feel like we could probably use DeepSeek Flash if we give it good enough guidelines. And if we do the DeepSeek Flash, which is a pretty solid model these days, I think we can get some good value, right? So, like, let's double check that. Artificial Analysis AI, it is not sitting at the tip top. Let's look at this, right? So we see the new DeepSeek Flash sitting at about the same place as 3.6 Flash. You know, sitting better than Minimax M3, which is a good workhorse, better than Mimo. It doesn't, I mean, it's pretty much right at the level of GLM 5.2, which is crazy. But it's definitely not at the level of, like, you know, K3 or Opus. And let's go to coding. Maybe this helps a little bit more, right? So then from here, we actually see that DeepSeek V4 Flash is getting a better score than GLM 5.2. I might be okay with farming a lot of this stuff out to Flash. Yeah, exactly. Ooh, and hold on, I almost forgot something. Okay, cool. Let me just do one thing here. Build DB. So I got some changes for Gitbench that I want to get uploaded. Any minute now. Oh, the build takes a little bit. Okay, so we'll keep going. So, yeah, let me double check. So you just started tooling around with OpenClaw and local models. You're so late to the party. Nah, you're just in time. Like, I think a lot of this stuff just takes some effort. And I think local models are a good, cheap, easy way to, like, fiddle with it. I'm curious what model you're using. Because I'm going to bet, like, dude, DeepSeek V4 Flash is very capable. And I think it's pretty damn small, too. Okay, so total parameters is 284 billion. That's going to be a little tough to host locally still. Right, so for Quen, which Quen models are you looking at? I'm going to guess 3627B? 35 we'll throw in there just in case. I think the 35B A3B is... it's all right. Looks like 3627B is pretty solid. Right, and at 27 billion, like, that's totally hostable locally. 36 just says latest. I would double check that, because there's 3635B A3B, and then there's 3627B. The basic gist is that the 35B A3B is going to be faster, right? So it may score a little less, but you're going to get more, like, tokens per second out of it. So then start thinking about how you can, like, prompt it to use the 27B for more complicated stuff if you want, right? Because you want, like, the intelligence. And yeah, less capable models, you know, like, with the right amount of prompting, they perform admirably, which is pretty solid. Like, dude, just looking at, like, 27B here, right? That's 27 billion parameters. If we look at Minimax M3, that's 428 billion. Now, 23 active at a time, but, dude, you're not hosting Minimax M3 locally on anything truly capable. Just ain't happening. Okay, cool. So let me do this. Oh. Hold on, I forgot a command. So damn, I'm gonna have to do some of that again. Okay, cool. But yeah. So, the thing I wanted to do real quick, though, which we theoretically just pulled down. Oh, come on. Get out of my face there, Clippy. Oh, instead of at type scrum. Yeah, that's right. Hold on. How are they doing the Chrome part? They aren't. Maybe that's something I can fix in here. Oh. Whatever. I don't mind that much. Okay, so we got this, or yeah, making that generic was maybe not the best. Oh, and hold on. All right, trigger that. All right, so here's what we'll do. Right. 3.6 with 36B. Gotcha. I mean, like, how are you hosting it locally? All right, so that would be the big question there, Lost in Oxford. Are you using Olama? Are you using LM Studio? Olama? So technically, OpenCode probably only has access to whatever Olama is telling it, right? So, like, the definition file for the Olama model is probably the thing. Like, what did you install when you installed Olama? You just did, Quen 3.6 latest or something, right? Whereas if you had been explicit about which one, you might know a bit more. I'm not positive of that. Keep that in mind. But I think it depends on which Olama, like, wrapper file you downloaded. All right, so this is going to be flip content. And we're going to do this part. You like Big Pickle? I mean, that's your own personal preference, man. Like, yeah, just kidding. Sorry, bad joke. That was a bad joke. Take it easy. Let's not get too gross. That was my fault. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do then. We didn't need to do this part. I'm gonna pull these out to variables. Yeah, all right. That's what we'll do. Yep, we'll grab this. And we can just do includes. I think that'll be fine. And what is the Twitter? It's going to be x.com/. Oh, and we should do match. What if I do it on a different channel or something? Sure. And let me double check if this includes a dub. I would expect. Yeah, it doesn't. Cool. So yeah, x.com / and this will be same idea. Brackets, caret. And I think this ends up just being that / oh, wrong place. And it looks like it's live chat. All right, so here's the idea of what we're trying to do here, right? I want to auto flip a chat, and our next step is I want to start removing elements from the page that are just noise, because this is for my teleprompter stuff. And oh god. And this is backwards. So now I pop that to a separate window. There we go. All right, so the idea is there are going to be elements on the Twitter page here. That I want to remove. Fuck. And that's the tougher part. Because they don't label it that easily. So one thing that I find really annoying about Twitch's chat is like the way that it like cycles through the things at the top. It ends up like moving the chat in a way that like my peripheral catches it, and I think someone typed a message, but it was just layout shift, right? Because of how I have these things set up. So I want to remove that. I'm also going to want to remove the chat box too. Okay, so what I can do here is, right, we've got the is YouTube. Or is Twitch. Or is Twitter. And the flip is something we want to do for all of them. All right, so that's one thing. The next step, though, chat room notifications, I think I'm okay with. The chat messages, I'm okay with. Yeah, so that's really just the first thing. All right, so I want to remove the first child, right? So yeah, we're going to do this individually. So this one is going to be for Twitch. Oh. Semi true. There we go. Yep. Yep, that works. So then back to here. We save again. What? We'll call it good. Let me zoom in a little bit so y'all can actually read it. How's the font size? Just let me know if I should fix that. And what's up, Patty? How you doing? We're doing some caveman coding real quick so I can fix my teleprompters a bit. Because the layout's just a little wonky. But yeah, if is Twitch, we want to insert some more CSS. Yeah, exactly. And body, we don't care about doing there, but we do want, and I almost lost it. Here we go. There's going to be chat room content. Ooh, and are they doing BEM? Hold on. You guys have seen bim, bam, and boom, right? Well, what about bem? No thanks. I've always hated the bem naming conventions. I feel like they're solving for a problem that just doesn't really exist anymore, especially if you're using Tailwind. But I understand they do solve a specificity problem. I just find them really annoying. So yeah, chat room content. And it's 2 underscores because of bem. And then and oh, I forget this syntax. Nth child CSS. I think it's just first child. All right, so then yeah, div first child, and then what's the other one? Chat input. Yeah, chat input. Is also a display none. So that's going to get rid of the top bullshitty thing and the chat widget at the bottom. And the rest I think I'm okay with. Yeah, I don't really need stream chat header either. Yeah. All right, so those are all going to be display none. So hopefully they take up no space. So what we're looking at here is when we see this chat, right? I want to get rid of this top part because that's not necessary for my teleprompter. I want to get rid of this section, which is causing layout shift based upon screen size BS. And I don't need the chat in my teleprompter either. I have chat in other places. Let me get more music going first. So yeah, that's our main goal with the Twitch stuff. As far as the YouTube goes, all right, let me close this. Let's go look at this. All right, we inspect that. All right, so we get view selector. We see chat messages. Okay, so then this one is a similar thing. I'm gonna do this too, just to be sure. All right, so for the YouTube one, the selector we care about is going to be YT Live Chat Renderer. Really? No. Definitely not. Shit. Aha, we can just do this. YT live chat renderer. Because that's a component. Header renderer. So that should be fine. All right, so we get rid of that chunk. I think the welcome to live chat element kind of sucks. And if there's anyone over on YouTube, could you chat real quick? Or anyone here in chat, could y'all do a message over in YouTube just real quick so I can see what a second message looks like? How can I do this? Because I'm not logged in there. I know what I can do. I can send a message myself. All right, so then testing. Okay, so the viewer engagement message renderer is the Garbo one. That was annoying. Let's start with a different song. All right, so YT live chat viewer engagement message renderer. Double check this again. YT live chat viewer engagement message renderer. Yes. All right, cool. So that'll get rid of that. I'll get rid of that. And then there is not the show more. I am not positive that's the right element to delete. All right, so I'm gonna do a quick query selector for that, just to be sure. Should have done query selector all. And it's just the one. Perfect. All right. So I think that cleans up the junk over in the YouTube. And then over in the Twitter, I can get rid of those. So yeah, like, this has been annoying me for a while. Oof. And the Twitter one is way fucking tougher. Yeah, they do a lot more obfuscation of the class names on Twitter. Yikes. Yeah, that one sucks. The Twitter one is going to be questionable. All right, so this one ends up being I forget how to do. My reactions are great. Oh, I wasn't even paying attention. I don't even know what I did. What did I do? Was that the like that one? All right. Forget the data attribute selector. Aha. Yeah. All right. All right, so it's going to be div data test. Did they capitalize that? ID chat container. And then it's the first child and last child. All right. All right, so flip content we didn't end up needing. That part's fine. Okay, I think we're good there. I forget what our build commands are. All right, so I think we want to do the build Chrome and then, yeah, build for the others. All right, so then we can just do build. Ah, shit, maybe we can't. Oh, interesting. It works when we run them individually. It doesn't work when we do it separately. That's fun. Okay, so now I gotta remember... How was I sharing this? Oh, so we're not connected to Streamer Prime there. It's annoying. Connecting? Maybe? Okay, so maybe that's the one. We find... Reveal in Finder. Yep. Except... It's the wrong desktop. Let me see if that was the right directory. No. Well, shit. Okay. Let's try and connect to this one. And what up, Pravan? How you doing? We're going to get back to our main tasks, but right now I am fixing my teleprompter because there's just so much noise, right? Like, I'll take a screenshot of what I see over there and why it's annoying. Okay, I see. Yes, that is the right public folder. But yeah, let me show you what I'm seeing over here. It is really annoying. Oh wait, how do I... Can I not flip this? Well, I thought there was some way to do this. Whatever, doesn't matter. And in fact, I'll save it. Here we go. I can just do this. Let me just share it on screen this way. Right, so it's flipped, which is a little annoying, but the basic gist is, like, I'm getting so much noise in, like, the Twitch chat, right? And hey, what's up, beautiful? How you doing? So, right, there's that, like, top bar that says stream chat. There's, like, the thing that does, like, the leader bar stuff of, like, gifted subs and all that junk, and it rotates and, like, has different heights based upon, like, what's in there. So then it causes layout shift. Like, look at how much vertical space the chat box is taking up, you know? So it's just super annoying in my teleprompter, right? So that is what we've just done. In the Twitch chat in the middle there, I'm removing the things on the top and bottom, and then I'm just going to have the chat, which is perfect. In the YouTube chat, we get that like big box of like warning engagement, whatever bullshit. We got the chat window and we got the top bar. I can get rid of that. And for Twitter, same idea. I can get rid of the top bar and the chat box, right? No. So it is flipped because I took a screenshot because my teleprompter is flipped, right? Which is why in our teleprompterify, it's why this, like, we called this teleprompterify because it auto-injects a CSS to flip those things, right? So does that make sense? Basically, my teleprompter has to do an X flip. So that means that my Zen browser is flipped backwards. So then I have to reflip back to like normal so I can read shit. So that's why we're doing this transform. And then these are removing like the UI elements that just don't make any sense. You know? Like, what the fuck? So yeah, that's the thing that we just did there. And do two things. Oop. I don't think that prettier is being even looked at. I'm going to add background.ts and tsconfig. Fix, add logic to remove unnecessary. All right. So now I just need to go get that installed. We got time on the music. And yeah, beautiful. I am just chilling. Doing better than I was this morning. You know, woke up at like 4:40 or something like that with a massive cluster headache. And then tried to just like hyperventilate to get through it. Half hour later, took an ibuprofen and chugged some water. Was able to get to sleep like a half hour after that. And then woke up with still like the lingering cluster headache and had to take another ibuprofen when I woke up. And take that ibuprofen with caffeine, because I don't know if you guys are aware, but caffeine actually increases the efficacy of ibuprofen. That's why, like Tylenol 3 or something like that, or Tylenol 2 or whatever in Canada is basically just, you know, ibuprofen with caffeine. I don't know what they call it here in the US. Maybe it's the same thing. I don't know. But okay, let me pop this over. I need to install the extension. Oh, and I did not copy that file over yet. Yes. All right, so that one is now there. I gotta copy it, and I don't remember where I put it. I wonder if it doesn't show me where it is on disk. Shit. All right, maybe here, install add-on from file. Hmm. All right, yeah, sorry. Just getting this installed so it's easier. Okay, so now install. Fuck. Uh, didn't seem to work. Fuck. Zen, why do you make this so damn difficult? All right, so now how do we do this part? About. Oh, right, because Zen is Firefox based. Ah, stupid. That was stupid. That was stupid. Okay, so hold on. We just got to rebuild. Okay, so now I'm dragging that over. Yeah, and I'm sorry about this, everyone. I want to get through this as quick as possible, just like y'all. Aha. Okay. So now, yep. All right, I can do this. Shit. What up, Gouda? How you doing? Ah, that's annoying. Okay, so we'll debug this on the main machine. Yeah, what's you up to there? Oh, permission needed. Oh, hold on. No, we might be good. Manage, allow permissions and data. Yes. Shit. Wait, why can't I pin it now? Right, the last updated is right. Hey. But yeah, what you up to, Gouda? Okay. Okay. All right. So if I just load it as a temporary add-on, it works better. Uh, we're so close. It didn't work for the is Twitter, though. Let's double check this in a browser. Yeah, could someone chat real quick over in the Twitch just so I can double check that's working at least? It's just the Twitter that seems broken right now. So just any chat message real quick would be helpful. Just to let me know that I didn't break the Twitter one. I did break the Twitter one. Okay, yeah. We'll have. I thought we could just YOLO it. That's annoying. But let's at least do this. Let's go console. x.com/cmgriffing/live chat. Aha. So what did I mess up here? So Twitch, pop out. Oh, I got the plus in the wrong place. Ah, that was it. Yep, okay. So we'll fix that. Okay, so we at least get the is Twitter, but yeah, that is a good trippy GIF. I like that one. However, I broke something over here. If I inspect element, we see scrollable area. We see so here's the thing I'm seeing here in Twitch chat. Like, we're getting that selector. Oh, I see it. Yeah. All right. So then the selector we wanted for the Twitter, right? We don't want just any old div. Well, hold on, not Twitter. Sorry, Twitch. We want this for both of these as well. But then for the Twitch, I forgot this. So that's the one that's matching that. Okay. So yeah, sorry for the diversion here real quick, everyone. I just This teleprompter BS has been bugging me for a long time. I'm having to like click a bunch of things, and there's a bunch of like things changing because of Twitch's just bad CSS. So yeah, we're fixing that. Use sibling selectors and fix Twitter regex. All right, so we get that pushed up. Then I just need to do the pnpm build Firefox and package Firefox. Yeah, there we go. All right, we'll see. Will it blend? What I need to do is grab this, move that over so I can do it there easier. Firefox prod just done this minute. We do this and we replace. So then over here, copy. I go back to extensions here, remove that. Paste that, load temporary add-on. No? Ah, okay. So then reload. And let me double check, will it blend? Fuck. Okay, so I think I fixed the Twitch one. The Twitter one still seems broken. The YouTube one's good. What if we need something like this? All right, so I'm just verifying the Twitter one. So it doesn't look like it actually tried to inject there. Okay, so if that's not injecting, there's still something up with this match. So let's verify that. Right, and I can wait like an entire second. Okay. So then let's try it again. Gotta go unload again. We'll do the copy stuff again. Oh, but I need more music on, obviously. All right, so then I'm dragging the Firefox back over. Load temporary add-on. Yep. Okay. So we get the flip. Yep. Okay. So let me do this then. So I guess here's the question. I'm gonna, like, that looks like the selector we need. If I inspect element, we go to okay, so the selector there is actually incorrect. Oh, Twitter's a React Native app. I don't think I knew that. So I'm seeing like 2, 3, no, no. Curious. All right, so it seems to me like this just isn't firing. We know that the is Twitter selector is correct, though, because it is flipping over here on my screen. So what we're not seeing are these. So let's actually just fiddle with that a bit. So if we're here on this page, we go console. The thing we want to do here then is document dot query selector. Hold on. Okay, so that's one problem. We're selecting the wrong div. What I think we want to do is that. Yep. And yeah, you guys can't see the whole thing. So yeah, what we want to do next is select that bottom area. Okay. So first child here is actually not necessary because it's first and last. And that is selecting last child. Curious. Most curious. We don't necessarily need the first child stuff here. But yeah, display non-important. That should be kicking in. All right, so we're going to try it one more time for the Twitter. If I can't fix the Twitter that way, it's okay. At least we got the autoflip going. All right, so we'll copy it back over, and then hopefully we can get back to our stuff, right? This was just super important for me. I've been annoyed by this for months. Yeah, whatever. That is super strange to me, but oh well. It's not like the Twitter happens and changes that much. But yeah, for some reason this is not working. So I'm just going to leave another comment about it. Play none important. Yeah, I don't know. But okay, so can I get some people to chat on Twitter? Looks like we don't have anyone in the YouTube at the moment, which is fine. But or not Twitter, sorry, Twitch. Anyone who's on any platform. Can I get a quick test message or two? I just want to validate it now that it's here in my teleprompter. Hey, thanks, Jesta. Hell yeah. All right. What up, Darker Dream? Appreciate you. Thank you, Tib Chip. Thank you, Code Shutter. All right, so it looks like we're working. We'll see how it goes when maybe it starts having to do like the auto scroll or something. But how you doing, Steam 101? Mr. Sirs. So yeah, we're going to comment, or we're going to commit what we did there, and at least we got the teleprompter a little cleaner. And hell yeah, appreciate y'all. Ooh, that's a good one. Damn, I like the dancing horse one. Whose is that? I mean, it looks a little bit like BoJack. It almost seems like it's closer to maybe something that would be in Fortnite. Some E-Modi? EM Audio. Okay. Yeah, it's a good one. Well, they got some other good ones too. Like their dog and a goose with glasses. But yeah, how's it going, Tip Chip? All right, so thank you all for helping me verify that. That helps a lot. Appreciate you. So now, yeah, we can probably just close that one. And let's dig into what we were actually up to yesterday and pick up those threads. And hold on, let me check something over here. Oh, I forgot to check this. Hmm. Sorry, 1 second. Had to respond to something here. Sorry. So one more thing. One more thing. Okay, cool. M Audio is making a rhythm game. Nice. Okay, so a recent animated series you watched, which you enjoyed, was Common Side Effects. No, I haven't seen that. I did really enjoy Pantheon. I thought that was pretty good. Or at least, like, the first season was epic. Second season felt rushed. Like, things escalated way quicker. All right, let me double check some other stuff. Okay. Cool, cool. All right, so the stuff we're working on specifically. All right, so as far as SDK stuff goes, all right, we did end up getting stalled again on the C Sharp. We've got 87% left of our codecs. Let's double check our open code Go. We're at 50% of our weekly usage, which is only 28%, which is good. But yeah, the idea that you would probably max out your open code Go in 2 weeks feels about right. And yeah, dude, yeah, we got a friend who's out in Spokane. I don't know if you guys have seen any of the news about the fires in Spokane right now. They're fucking gnarly. They're really bad. All right, but yeah, let's close some of these that we don't need. And yeah, just in case, if anyone is going to sign up for open code anyway, feel free to use my ref. I'm not going to sweat it if you don't. I just used the quote for a work response. Great minds think alike. I'm going to leave off the second half, which is But fools seldom differ. I do love that quote, though. Because most people leave off that last bit, right? Similar to the customer is always right. It's definitely not a fucking license for people to be dicks. Because there's a bit missing. Customer is always right in matters of taste. If someone wants to buy some bell bottoms and platform shoes, if you're selling them, you let them. The other day, you were on a Korean stream, and the person was saying climate change is propaganda from socialists and did not trust the science explanations. That person sounds like a fucking idiot. Like, dude. Like, thinking doesn't seem like their strong suit. Even if they won't accept that it's man-made climate change, we can at least see temperatures rising in aggregate over the past 50 years, as an example. But the fact that they would even blame something on socialists like that means they're a fucking idiot. Like, dude. They love the taste of propaganda. I think it's funny the people most affected by propaganda like to call things propaganda. Yeah, I just wouldn't watch that stream. It's that easy. Please tell me they're not here in the fucking software and game dev category. Like, if they're a League of Legends player, well, okay, duh. That means they have a learning disability. I'm kidding. I play League too. It's a joke. Oh, IRL streamer? Yeah, a lot of those people are fucking idiots too. All right, so continuing along. The SDK part we're going with. This one we can close for now. You keep having to allow this thing to run a bunch of commands. Yeah, man, my throat is super hoarse. I do think one thing to recognize, though, is that, like, I don't know, forest fires aren't necessarily a sign of global warming, though, or climate change. They could be somewhat related sometimes, right? Like, you know, drier times. But I don't know. I haven't seen anything that mentions that climate change actually impacts rainfall, you know? I'm not saying it doesn't. I just haven't seen anything. I don't know if that's been studied enough. Or I just haven't seen it. But there's at least a suspect for the Spokane fire. They're thinking it was arson. More extreme weather in general, sure, right? But as far as like just general like yearly precipitation, I don't know if that's impacted. It would almost seem like it would cause more rain because hotter temperatures cause more evaporation, right? But doesn't necessarily mean it's gonna rain where it evaporated from, right? But no, there's definitely like a suspect for arson to start the Spokane fire, and the suspect they have is a dude that murdered his father over doing the dishes back in like 2010. Yeah, exactly. Code shutter. Like that is something that could be rationalized. Like we're still coming out of the ice age theoretically, but if you really map like the numbers on a graph, it's accelerating faster than anything else we've ever measured, right? There's also right like the idea that the poles are shifting that may be causing some of that. Yeah, more flooding. Yeah, exactly. So that makes sense. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, Joe Rogan's a fucking idiot. I really do question anybody that listens to that dude. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing, right? And we don't have much impact on that. Yeah, I think ocean temperatures are the temperature that matters the most. Yeah, I mean, beautiful. Like, I could see the argument that maybe our impact isn't as much as we're estimating. Like, we can measure the effects, but we can't measure the causes as easily, or at least like the cause and effect relationship. But at the bare minimum, we can recognize that the air we breathe is fucking gross. And places that have put an effort into being more environmentally conscious have better air to breathe. That is something that is immediately measurable based upon stuff we do and things that impact that. All right. So if you don't even want to think about it at a macro level, think about it at your micro level, right? Like where you live. Do you want to breathe shitty air? Do you want drinkable water? Yeah. Yeah, it's a bummer. So 4 tasks remain for our C Sharp SDK. So what we can do here, I'd say this part we can call good. We can close that one because we got an SDKs repo open still. I definitely think there's more than just that. All right, so here we are. What is this releases directory for? Okay. Okay. Does seem like a shitload of scripts. All right, so while that's kicking, let's double check what we're doing over here. All right, so that file we don't want to commit. All right, so this is the handoff record for the MCP directory. So this is the handoff for like the MCP repo itself. Let's close a bunch of these. I'm curious why the So that's one exploration. I want to do another exploration. Oh, and here's something that I just learned today. If we change our grouping by task, So I like grouping by repo. All right, there we go. So that cleaned up the sidebar of those stale things. So this is Kepler by GitKraken. And I work at GitKraken, so I got a bias, but it's worth trying out. You know, it's got bugs, like this zoom bug. I think they've got it actually fixed. It should be. I mean, head to that page. If you're on Linux right now, it should prompt you with the download button for the platform you're on. And if that's broken, well, let us know. All right, so this discovery. Yeah, exactly. And there's multiple views too, right? So your tasks can be like in exploration versus in development versus in review versus done, right? So the Kanban board is kind of nice. If you enjoy a CMUX style kind of thing where you got all of your like tasks and things open in, you know, like if you want to see all of your things at once, there's the console view that's kind of like CMUX. I tend to use the list personally just for reasons. But some of the cooler stuff. So number one, well, actually, let me show you the stuff here first. Right, if you want to start a task, you can just start a task ad hoc from wherever. You know, do you want to do a new work tree? Right, new work tree / branch, or start in a branch from whatever. Do you want to start from main, as an example? Right, what branch do you want to do this stuff from? I thought there was a way to select your remote in here, but I'm forgetting that now. I guess technically, like, we list the branches with their remotes, so you can do it that way. But you can also do like multi-repo work within a task, which is kind of interesting. I haven't had much of a use case for that because I opt for monorepos in any case where I'd be doing that, but it's an option. Yeah. And any feedback you can provide to me, and I can pass it on to work. Ideally, like send me a message over on Discord or something. But also, there's a feedback widget in here where you can give just general feedback, or you can even head to the GitHub and create an issue for us. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff. But yeah, hold on. I just showed that, right? Creating a new task. But what about, hey, what if you want to start from an issue? Well, okay, we might want to add lazy loading to something. Here in Neovim Biscuits. Sure, right? Add an Algolia snippet to something. We don't need all the tasks, right? So yes, you can start from an issue, right? We'll have to find the repo for these things that we don't have. But there's also the idea of starting from a pull request, and that might be something like, ghosty shaders. Do you want to address feedback, or do you want to review a pull request? And you can do all this without polluting the pull request context, right? So you can have a chat with an agent locally before providing comments on someone else's PR. So we still pretty much are aiming for like a human in the loop for a lot of this stuff. There's other things that we're working on, but yeah, definitely worth checking out. And then some of the other stuff that I think is pretty cool, as far as like the providers that you can integrate with, it's just integrating via the ACP. So hold on, not provider, sorry, agents. Right, we just integrate via the ACP, right, Agent Client Protocol. So Claude Code, Codex, GitHub Copilot, Cursor CLI, OpenCode, and Augie are all supported. You can load in the MCP server. Right, you can set, what presets you want to do. So I do Codex with GPT Soul and Medium. You can set that as like a default. Pretty nice. One of the cool things is if you're a big Claude user, you can detect Claude code sessions that were started outside of Kepler. I feel like we should have something similar to that for all of these, right? Like Codex, Copilot, etc. It looks to me like theoretically, you could actually run multiple Claude Code logins side by side. So if you're like juggling subscriptions or doing like work and personal stuff on the same machine, which I don't recommend, you could do that. I haven't messed with that part. We're Gitkraken, so we have all these providers we connect with. That's where we get like your issues and pull requests from. So, if you're using Azure DevOps or Bitbucket, GitHub, GitHub Enterprise, GitLab, GitLab Self-Hosted, Jira, Linear, or Trello, boom, you can wire that up nice and easy without having to deal with a whole bunch of like MCP garbo. Let's see, what were some other things? Native voice input, so you don't got to download some other thing. I think it's currently using Whisper Turbo, but we could always opt for something better. Let's see, what else is interesting? Oh, right, like remote environments. So the idea of being able to connect to some SSH server and manage the, Claude code or whatever inside of that. Pretty powerful. And then last but not least, remote access. So I'm definitely not going to show this because it would probably dox my IP address. And it doesn't have any auth, so I don't want people running commands on my machine. But theoretically, you could set up ngrok, or I'm sure Tailscale or Cloudflare tunnels could somehow work there. But anything that you want to do to like expose this machine to the internet, we would click start, and then you'd just have a QR code to scan, and you're done. So yeah, a lot of cool features. I think they're definitely worthwhile. Y'all want to give it a shot, and let me get the credit for, referring y'all to the website. Use that link, and you're good to go. All right, just double check it. Hey, my stickers are on the way. What kind of stickers? Hold on. You know the ones, right? Give me a second. Give me a second. I'll show you. These stickers. All right, so it's like each face is a sticker that like pops out on its own. The Mr. Sir pops out as well. So yeah, I got 100 of those on the way. Yeah. I've had batches done before. I wanted to do maybe like a new one that had a QR code on it. That would be better. But I wanted to at least have some ready for conferences coming up. So yeah, I'll at least have a few when I'm at Render ATL. But okay, so yeah, back to what we're doing here. So that's the handoff. So yeah, this is doing some analysis on like stuff that we could improve code-wise that way. So then this part, what did I even ask it in this context? So we just said something kind of vaguely about how things seem messy. All right. So hold on. Hey, Gonky. What you up to, Mr. Sir? Okay, so okay, I'm gonna have to translate this part. But yeah, welcome everyone from Gonky's stream. What were you up to on your stream? Reviewing live projects. Got it. So are these like projects from your community? And how's it going there, Paul? How you doing? Yeah, welcome everyone from the raid. Let me describe what we are up to here on stream, while maybe Gonky gives us some more context, or all y'all can give us the context as well. I get it. Like, I know when you raid someone, you're probably getting ready to go. You stop streaming for a reason. So yeah, if Gonky had to raid and run, I totally get it. Thank you for the raid. The stuff we are working on. Well, number one, I've got a project called Messijo. And Messijo is for listening to keywords on social media. Currently, it just does Blue Sky, Hacker News, and Lobsters. But the idea is that you as a brand can listen for, keywords related to like what your product does. You can listen to your competitors being mentioned, and if people are complaining about it, maybe. Things like that. So that's the main project we're working on. Our goal is to generate some SDKs and an MCP server. The MCP server, we're doing less like generation because there's an interesting article about like why you should not generate. Let me see if I can find that. Stop converting REST APIs to MCP, right? And this is written by someone who works at a company that has an open API converter, but you need to be like fine-tuning your MCP. We are only halfway through implementing our MCP server because what we want to do is we want to do like the OAuth thing through MCP. And we want maybe like a separate thing that does the routing of requests, right? Like a hosted, streamed MCP server that does the actual request stuff. But it still needs to do like the authentication with our RESTful API and do like token handoff and stuff like that. I thought that's all we were doing. But it turns out this did way more. So we've got, dude, and they even gave us a number here. $20,000 lines of code changed across 154 files. I feel like this is the wrong approach. That is too much. We let the clanker clank way too much. So now we got to think about distilling what we want to do into a simpler system. And yeah, I might just want to start fresh, right? Just throw it into a whole new task, a whole new context, right? A whole new work tree. Give it the original like handoff document, but then give it some other things to fix, right? So I don't know. We'll figure that out. But Beautiful, this is a personal project. And we've got a couple things going. So yes, we've got the MCP server thing going here. We also had the C# SDK being generated over here. And we're also doing like another exploration over here. For the most part, I'm trying to get most of my work done in this product because this is the thing we're calling Kepler. So Kepler, I work at a company called GetKraken, and Kepler is our new thing, competing with, Conductor and T3 code and some of that other stuff, right? The idea behind it is you can start tasks, kind of the standard way of just naming the task, starting with an initial prompt, picking your agent, and going off to the races in a new work tree. You can do multi-repo things, which is pretty cool. But then we also have the idea of starting a task from maybe an issue that's created. Right? Maybe starting a task from a pull request, right? And what tasks would you start from a pull request? Well, maybe you would want to address feedback from that pull request. Have the clanker clank on that. Or maybe you want to have it review something you were tagged to review. That would have value as well. Because we don't want to pollute your GitHub pull request with every little comment from AI. I think that's something that CodeRabbit gets wrong. Right? Or CodeRabbit-like tools, Greptile, etc. So theoretically, this is more of like a human-in-the-loop approach to this, which you probably still want to be doing for things like pull requests, because you don't want to just be a slop cannon, So yeah, kind of fun stuff. We're just working and fiddling with it, and I need to get more tasks over here into Kepler. But I still, it's hard to fight the urge to just go over to the command line and get to work, right? So yeah, how's everyone doing? Coming in on the raid? What you up to? Anything fun? All right, so what we're going to do here, we're going to commit what we have. Right, we add scripts. I'm curious about the whole releases thing, but I think that's fine. Packages. .github. We'll add the docs directories. We'll look at the package JSON. Yep, that's where a lot of our scripts are getting called. Sure. That is so many scripts. Yep. And then here, interesting article I linked. Yeah. The idea behind why you wouldn't want to just like blanket generate an MCP server is you want to protect your users' context windows, right? The more things you just jam into an MCP server, the more like you're polluting the context window, but also giving LLMs a little too much stuff to think about and do that maybe you don't want to do that often. Skills are similar. At least skills don't pollute the context window nearly as much. But, MCP servers still have value. But what you want to be doing with an MCP server is exposing workflows, right? Like maybe grouped tasks. You don't want like an MCP tool for every endpoint in your REST API. That's less useful, right? But yeah, I still don't know like what workflows or tasks we want to expose from the MCP server. We'll have to think about that more. And man, my throat is hoarse. The air is gross around here. We're getting a lot of smoke from some forest fires over in Spokane. So it's definitely like messing with my throat. Yeah, just a thick haze in the air. Yep. Enabled but unused still take up context for the current task. Yes, exactly. Yep. And technically skills do the same thing, but skills are only like the name and like the short description, not the full skill. Whereas I believe the full tools list is always in context. And I think like even like the full tool is always in context. Yeah, yep. It's like a shorter bit, like it's not the entire skill file. Whereas I think with the MCP tools, it is like the entire tool file or the tool thing, right? I'd have to double check what comes over the wire. But yeah, let's double check this. Okay. Yeah, I like the changes to that. Okay, so yeah, we don't want to necessarily push that up just yet. For the C# SDK, let's think about this. So there are currently 23 executable scripts, 11 library modules, and 11 test files in one mostly flat directory. Gross. So yeah, what's up, Celestial? How you doing? I usually skip this song, but whatever. I think we're towards the end anyway. You're doing well poking around in the dark place of computers. Okay. What does that mean? Ah, low level electronics. Nice. So you ordered an STM32 and a bunch of components, and you're just playing around with it. Nice. Yeah, that sounds fun. Yeah, we're just evaluating some of the work that we've done over the past 2 days. A lot of clanking. I'm less enthusiastic about the clanking on Messijo for some of this stuff, because I think it took some liberties and did some grossness. I know, right? So I think I'm going to tell this thing, yeah, start with release prep. So yeah, I like that it keeps calling the improved code base architecture skill. Almost want it to create like a proposal instead of just going off and clanking. All right. But yeah, what's everyone else out there in chat up to? Yeah, as far as the MCP goes. So I'm going to create a new task here for the API. MCP server, third time's a charm. Oh, god damn it. All right, so we want to get up to the top here. Uh, oof. Big mistake. All right, so we have a handoff doc. However, the last attempt seemed to go off the rails a bit. I think right? So the goal, and we're going to keep the other one around, right? Doesn't mean we need to like throw everything out the window. And I missed a follow. I'm sorry. Hat Cash, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. The architecture I'm actually thinking about is the MCP server is going to be the Cloudflare thing, right? Because why not? It's going to use workers and it's going to proxy the auth part to our OAuth endpoints in our REST API, right? And maybe the MCP server owns, well, I'm not sure where like the page to like authorize things would be, right? But the MCP server shouldn't be needing to like call other things, right? It should be able to make REST API requests itself internally in the tools that it is creating, right? So yeah, that means we may need to modify our auth. What do we call these things in MCP land? Plugs. Let's start this exploration. And yeah, that was a lot of junk. Okay, so it uncovered the fact that maybe we wouldn't want the MCP server to expose billing, memberships, and API key administration. I'm not so sure that we want to disallow that. API key administration, we probably exclude for sure. I'm not sure about the billing and memberships part. Memberships, probably yes. So I'm not certain I care about a caller bypassing the MCP layer. I don't think that's a problem. Oh, God. Well, I didn't want that. Ooh. Yeah, that Zoom bug. Kind of annoying. So yeah, we'll let that keep clanking. Let's look at where our subscription stuff is. All right, so we got 82% remaining on our weekly limit for the ChatGPT stuff, or for Codex. Let's look at the SDK stuff again. Yeah, it seems like it escaped the explore skill for some reason. Which is kind of annoying. All right, so yeah, that one's going. That's good. All right, so then this thing finished clanking along. Oh. MCP explicitly forbids token pass through? Okay, so yeah, I think the point it's making about the destructive operations not having the MCP specific confirmation and item potency guarantees. All right, so yeah, I got like 4 questions to ask this thing because I think it's maybe misunderstanding a bit. And yeah, I'm not sure I care about a caller bypassing the MCP layer with an OAuth credential. Like, what do I care? They still authenticated, you know? It'd be the same as leaking your JWT or a cookie or whatever, right? And yeah, what's everyone up to? How's your summer going? I forget. I believe Gonky and a lot of his audience, I believe they're from South America. So y'all are in your winter right now, but probably approaching spring. But yeah, how's everyone's summer going? Or how's everyone's August going? So Celestial, stoked to start university. Nice. Now hold on. We're doing okay. All right, so that clanked along for a while there, didn't it? Communications and electronics. Okay. So yeah, that's why you're kind of digging into the hardware stuff, huh? That makes sense. think it may have been using an older MCP protocol. Okay, so yeah, then token pass through confused deputy rules goes to another place. And I'm wondering if that's why the other thing got so crazy, right? Like dynamic client registration is deprecated. It's not necessary. So I think that MCP prep Redux actually missed the most recent spec. And that's a problem. That's a huge problem. So the MCP facing token must not be forwarded to the REST API. A separately issued API credential may be used directly against the REST API. Okay. Let me get more music going. Let's do something crunchy. So yeah, I was not aware of the MCP server pass through thing. Wonder if that only has stuff to do with the like streamable HTTP stuff. Because I wonder, like a standard I/O server should be able to do that just fine, right? I'm good. How about you, Granite? All right, so then, yeah, what we're seeing, let me double check some of this. All right, so bypassing MCP, sure, that's forbidden. I think the deny list is appropriate, sure. Right, API/org should be a deny. So then, yes, confirmation item potency. Man, this song is crunchy. I say that just as it gets mellow. And then how much are we chewing up with this max reasoning? Not too much, actually. So that's good. All right, so then this one. Yep. All right, so here we can do another codex. Deepen whatever this is. So 3 focused decisions. It's not enumerating things very well. So, okay, for organization discovery, okay, yeah, I like those recommendations too. And then finally, all right, so the biggest remaining concern, the auth endpoint must authenticate the user. Display client scopes orgs. And resume a server-side transaction. Right, so the dashboard lives at, what is it, app.messijo.com? Yeah. Right. So, yeah, like we already have a dashboard. Why wouldn't we reuse the login flow that we have there? That login flow could get the JWT, store it in the browser, and then the user would just approve like the OAuth scopes and pass that back to where it's needed. Like, why couldn't we do that? Now, I guess the only thing that might be a problem is the whole app.messijo part. I don't think I have a problem with that. I think Twitter still uses, x.com slash something or other, right? So I don't think there'd be an issue with that. Right? All right, so let me use the restroom. I'll be right back. Okay. And what Mr. Demon Wolf? How you doing?
What does it do?
All right. So let's chat a bit while the clanker's clanking. I also grabbed a snack. Got me some rainbow trout. Nice, easy little 180 calories, solid protein. Little greasy, but whatever. I've had worse. Just chilling on your MacBook Pro for once, not Docker. I'm guessing you mean desktop? Not docked. Gotcha. Oh, buddy, it's salty. That's good. Oh yeah, just lounging. Mm-mm-mm. In the belly. How are the vibes today? Just chilling. This bit right here was super, super annoying. I think it was this bit. Wait, no, no, no. Maybe it was this one? Yeah, it was this one. Yeah, so we tried to do some planning and implement an MCP server, and technically not even the MCP server, but the OAuth for the MCP server. And it went and did 20,000 lines of some bullshit across 154 files. It was just no good. So we took the same handoff doc that we used to start this flow and passed on some scope changes, right? Because it ended up implementing the whole like item potency and like blah 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 other stuff that I think became kind of gross. So we're going and doing a third discovery in which we're coming up with a slightly different plan. Right, so the client ends up being auth.messijo oauth authorize. So the client, which is theoretically not the MCP client, that's the dashboard. God, we're just filling up context here. Something still seems off to me about the flow. And I'm hating the fact that it's not doing numbered bullet points properly. Like, what the hell? Why is everything starting with a 1? Fucking clanker, man. I know, right? 6 months away from AGI. So I got a quick question. Why do some streamers put like their own like at their name in their title? Is that some kind of shenanigans? Seems kind of scummy. Like, what does it offer? Here we go. Okay. SEO? Like, the URL is the most canonical thing you can have for SEO. URL is priority number 1 as far as SEO goes. in every iteration of Panda and Penguin that have ever existed, basically. Yeah. I don't know. I was just curious. It's like when you watch a stream and they have the streaming site as a logo on screen. Well, I mean, YouTube does that just for watermarking purposes, you know? Like if you screenshot something or whatever. I think that makes more sense, actually. But I don't think the watermarking of it makes sense for, like, your at in a title, right? That just seems weird. I don't know. I'm not sure. I just noticed one person doing it. All right, so back to the task at hand. You were thinking more of like the 5 handles at the bottom, and it's a Twitch, YouTube, Kick logo. You think it's for clipping? Yeah. Those are probably for clipping. Yep, that makes sense. But this person doesn't have any of that for what they're doing. I think it's funny they have a BPN. That's weird. I don't know what that means. That can't be their heart rate. Can't be their heart rate. Like, yeah, maybe it's just a joke. I don't know. Not sure. All right, so let's get another album going. All right. So, yeah. Man, I forgot how slow max thinking is. Definitely wanted to keep it, though, for this context. All right. So, yeah. The C sharp thing kicking off. So this is where we left off with our ISO bench thing. So So what we did is we broke this into a bunch of waves of what we want to do with ISObench, right? We've got several high risk steps. So we could split up some of these slices of work a bit more. So yeah, let's double check the flow here. So the first step is the workspace and doctor CLI. I'm not so sure I like the term doctor, but it's not the end of the world. So then from here, the next step is one-shot shield life cycle. And then the third step is like a paired compare and wall clock verdict. So the place where it's estimating its work, I do think we want to split up that. So one, I do think we want to split the larger slices more. I think the graph makes sense. Three, and then four, right? Do we actually intend to run wave 2 as 5 parallel agents? Or is the wave structure just documentation of what's possible? I guess here's the big thing. How do we even do the subagents for all of that? Can OpenCode Go spin up different models? Or not OpenCode Go, but OpenCode? And what's up, Agashoma? How you doing? Yeah, has anyone here messed with like different models for subagents? Anyone got any experience with that? Like, what's the right way to even set that up? So can you not do custom agents? Oh. Okay. So right. Okay, so right now it's on the build agent because that's a built-in agent, but we can make our own. Got it, got it, got it, got it, got it. And that's what these docs were talking about, right? So build is the main one, plan is the secondary, right? Explore and general, we can configure separate if we care about it. Okay, okay, okay. Got it. So these are built in, but we can add our own. Okay. So then, yeah, for 4. Right, so it's going to split up those other slices at least. Like how we're only at 10% after this planning phase. That's kind of nice. And yeah, like, who has any experience with this kind of like, I guess I'm doing it for like cost optimization, but really just to not like burn out my tokens from one model for various things. And yeah, I wonder if maybe this is where I want to start doing, like, instead of this, right? Instead of even open code, do I end up wanting to create like something using flu or one of those other things, right? So yeah, you have one agent that does a flow, and then it spawns out codex agents for the execution. Okay. Yeah, this is similar to what I'm planning. I guess my thought is that I want to use something like flu. I don't know if this is actually the way to go. I don't know if sandboxing is actually as necessary. Yeah, I mean, so flu is similar. I think there's another one. I don't remember if I have the tab open still. Barnum? Yeah, I don't think I have Barnum open yet. Framework. There we go. Oh, and hold on. Someone asked me about a thing and I totally spaced on it. Sono? And that was way earlier. Oh man. Prevan, I think, was the one. Hold on. Let's double check it. Uh it's probably not Zonon. It's not Suno. Shit. Yeah, Prevan. Sapo, not Sano. So it's a compile to Go language. Yeah. Okay. So pattern matching on like enum stuff, like a Rust thing would do. Okay. Oh, you can use the question mark operator to bubble stuff up. Oh, okay. Okay. So it knows at this point that it couldn't possibly be nil. Clear error messages. Yeah. Seems pretty simple and straightforward. Ah. And aren't value types already not nil? Well, hold on. If we're looking at the Sapo thing, which I lost, and Morwick. I mean, sure. The people who are super pro AI and the people who are super anti AI are both just as bad as each other. It's a tool, dude. Yeah, so what it was getting at in the Sapo thing is that it's like it knows that this not equals nil. It knows then at that point that this is doable, right? So you don't get that compiler error of potentially undefined or whatever, right? That's at least what I'm taking away from that. Right? So type narrowing. Which does seem kind of cool. I'd be curious about seeing that, Sir Elfman. I thought TypeScript was able to do that. But now I can't remember. So you're saying and versus or? Ah, and its ability to narrow properly on that? Yeah, the last one should be a failure, right? Like if we go and look at some TypeScript, let's find it. And we can just do it anywhere, really. Right, so function get foo ID number. Oop. Right, so here value, it doesn't know if it's null, right? Even though we passed it the 0, because it can't determine that at that point. Let's do this. Right, so that's fine in TypeScript, right? But you're saying maybe it's more like I think we need a wrapping function here. Right, so it's able to do that-ish. Maybe I'm doing this wrong. I'm trying to think of a good use case for this. Oh, I know. Hold on. Uh, right, like, no, you'd have to do something more like this, because, like, when would you ever do that, right? If you're, like, generating val from number, why would you pass number in a second time, you know? Like, that'd just be bad code. Right, so the or fails, but and is fine. Okay. Yeah, okay, so I see what you're saying. Yeah. What languages do that wrong? I'd be curious about that. Like, what kind of, like, is there a definition of a type system? Like, is there a pattern the type system would follow? Like, I don't think Henley Milner would have that problem, right? Yeah, so OCaml would do that one fine as well, yeah? Because I think they're both doing, no. I don't think TS is doing Henley Milner or whatever. Something Milner. You know what I'm talking about, right? I believe OCaml would solve this accurately still, though, right? I'm curious what languages would mess it up. Okay. Sure. Got it. Yeah, I don't think I've upgraded my version of TypeScript to 7 yet. And the reason it probably didn't do it as aggressively was just for the sake of compilation times. But yeah, I'm just super curious what languages would mess that up. Wait, what got modified? Oh, that's like a bug we just haven't fixed yet. Oh. Well, that's a separate thing. Interesting. Okay. The thing I'm just curious about, like, we want to make sure we have the flow for this, like, OAuth and MCP stuff properly lined up. Otherwise, it's going to go off on a tangent and create a whole bunch of stuff that we just don't need again. Right? Like, Okay, so we're trying to establish the entire flow. So the MCP browser sends us to OAuth authorize. Right? We forward whatever to Phoenix and come back with the T123 thing with a transaction. The riskier thing is browser, right, dashboard JavaScript receives raw OAuth, sends the client ID, redirect URI, etc., and then we do that. It could be made compliant, but it creates unnecessary responsibilities. Okay. I was misunderstanding that, and we were running up against the context limit. All right, cool. So yeah, we're spinning up the open spec proposal. We're going to want to verify that we have two good handoff documents, one for the MCP server to get scaffolded, and we're going to want to make sure that we create a handoff doc for the dashboard as well. This is Kepler. So this is a GitKraken thing we're using. And, you know, if you click that link instead of just like Googling for it or whatever, I'll get the credit for driving traffic. It'd be a whole lot cooler if you did. But no worries if not. Yeah, no worries. And yeah, there's definitely some cool features, right? There's definitely bugs still. It's still early. But number one, being able to start a task from an issue, just right here in the UI. Being able to start address feedback task from a pull request or a review task from a pull request. Pretty cool, right? Why would you want to do a review task? Well, you probably don't want to flood your GitHub issues or GitHub pull requests with a bunch of like noisy comments, right? Like you can work with the agent to like think about and address feedback, or technically to do the review part, right? Doing the review, well, yeah, you can like chat with the agent and consider what things are actually important and what should be made into a comment, right? Right? Like why flood the pull request? And then, of course, you can just start a task regularly. A thing that I haven't had enough chance to mess with because I do mono repos anytime this would be valid is you can actually create multiple, like you can create a task from multiple repositories. That's really interesting to me. That's really interesting to me. I don't know when or why I would do that, but the fact that it's an option is a good thing. So yeah, those are two cool things. And then yeah, there's some other features in there, right? So remote environments, wiring up to your like SSH stuff. So yeah, run the agents on another machine. Pretty awesome. And then another thing, remote access. Pretty cool. You probably want to protect it. We don't really do that ourselves yet. You're building an orchestrator at work that deals with about 30 repos. Interesting. Yeah, I was just now trying to figure out how I want to orchestrate work over in this repo. Let's double check SDKs over here too. Yeah. I do a lot of spec-driven stuff as well. Oh, no. You're not interrupting anything. Right? Like, that's just how streaming works. Like, we can keep chatting. We can keep talking about all of this stuff. I just need to keep the ball rolling. That's all. God, yeah, I wish Hold on, let me check one thing. There's some company called, like, Purple or something, right? Yes, down here in Redmond. Not ideal. I feel like I remember someone saying there was like a config thing we could do on the map here. I'm not seeing where that is though. But damn, yeah, like over here it's super gnarly. Stuff over Eastern Washington is super gnarly too. Ugh. But yeah, dude, the air quality right now is really shit. Yeah, I don't remember what thing I was looking at. Oh, here we go. Apply conversion. Uh, oof. So it doesn't help that much. How does the Washington one hold up? Okay. So unhealthy for sensitive groups. I feel it in my throat though. Like, dude, it's just not great. Ugh. Yeah, they're lucky over in Seattle still. But anyway, so back to the stuff we're working on. Yeah, have you guys seen those fires? Like, gnarly, man. Gnarly. Like, crazy new stuff. My windows are closed because of it. We're at 791 parts per million of CO2 in this room, which is brutal. 646. Been in purple all week. Spokane is killing you. And I forget. Hold on. Where'd you say you were at? Yakima? I might be remembering that wrong. And you don't necessarily have to say. Like, I might be misremembering that you even said, you know. They were on the news here in Ohio. Yeah, dude, it's gross out there. And what's up, Boarang, Mr. Sir? Spirit Lake. I don't remember where Spirit Lake even is. Oh, are you over in Idaho? Ah, yeah, yeah, got it, got it. Yeah, so not that one, but yeah, okay. Idaho. Oh, it's the name of a city. Huh, interesting. Yeah, that's a cool area. Oh, North Dakota Lane. Okay, okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Got it, got it. Yeah, gnarly stuff, man. Did they say anything about a cause for the fires locally? There is a suspect, innocent until proven guilty, of course, but the suspect they have is accused of arson, and it like this person, yeah, they arrested a guy. The person they arrested murdered their father back in 2010 over a dispute about the dishes. What the fuck? What the fuck? At least that's the thing I saw on Reddit. I don't know for sure. But we all know Reddit gets it wrong from time to time, so I don't know. I mean, people have kind of been crazy forever. And it's definitely a double edged sword, right? Like a lot of the institutions that would have been in place for a person like that, that's definitely, I mean, again, murder, holy shit. But there are a lot of people who are nonviolent who don't necessarily belong in prison, but they're still kind of a danger. I guess it's just the violent ones, really. But they're not competent enough to be held accountable. We've lost the institutions that were capable of doing that, right? Of supporting that. However, those institutions were also guilty of doing really heinous shit. So it's a double edged sword. Exactly. Yeah, exactly, Shoal. One flew over the cuckoo's nest, right? The type of person that the role of Nurse Ratchet attracts is also the type of person that should probably be institutionalized in that same place. See, that's the part, right? Like, so we don't know for certain. He is arrested, but I don't know. We haven't seen the evidence, so it's trickier. I don't know. feel like a lot of the stuff here in the US follows the same like issues that they have in like Tokyo. Like theoretically in Tokyo, there's a 100% conviction rate for like murders or something like that, right? But that number is gamed because they only pursue like court cases. They only pursue prosecution if they know they're going to win, right? So it really does like skew things. And I wonder how much stuff happens like that around here. Some prosecutor who wants to go on to become a judge, who wants to go on to politics and blah, blah, blah. You know, they don't take a risky case just to not screw themselves. But again, double edged sword again, right? Because the moment they prosecute them and fail, they can't prosecute again if new evidence comes to light, right? So sometimes relying on that statute of limitations has value too. You know, the whole double jeopardy thing. You know, people have been telling me that all my life. Usually it's when they're fed up with me because I'm good at arguing. You know? For some reason, people always say that when they're annoyed with me. All right, so yeah, let's keep going. As far as these steps go, right, I like step one. I like step two. The access refresh token separation, yeah, that's probably a better idea. We should make sure we do that. I almost feel like we should get step three done in like a totally separate bit, because that should just work anyway. Okay, so I like this, right? We should do the token separation. I think signing key lifecycle infrastructure. Yeah, so for the first two. Okay, that is way more than I would have done. All right, so we're going to create a new task for the API from main. We don't care about MCP there. This is token hardening. This we don't need. All right, so hey, what's up, Gakken? Yeah, I mean the music right now is fire. Okay, so I like that we have this in a separate thing. And yeah, what you been up to, Gawkin? And anyone else who might have just arrived, feel free, say hi. What you up to? And yeah, I'm looking through the list, seeing who all's out there. You been busy? Got your cloud team in, and you'll be talking about big project kickoff. Oh, okay. And yeah, that comment goes for YouTube and Twitter too. Anyone out there? Let's chat. But yeah, any fun stuff you can describe? Like I don't know, any fun tech you get to work with? Stuff always fascinates me a bit. So, Patty, currently fighting with some caddy config. I mean, it rhymes, so you know it's good. But you forgot you can just throw a clanker at it. I mean, I wouldn't trust it as far as you can throw it, and with your bad knee, you shouldn't be throwing anything. I'm kidding. I was just quoting Ferris Bueller. Ooh, and with your bad knee, Ed, you shouldn't be throwing anybody. You've been letting the team dictate the tools to see kind of what their thought process is. Okay, fun. Preparation. Preparation J. All right, so then we did some more discovery in here. Prep, prep, prep. Prep, 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 prep. Yeah, exactly. You don't like to dictate? Yeah, exactly. No, no, that's smart. The music brought you in, and then I'm pretty chill most of the time as well. Depends on how much whiskey I'm drinking. Which I think a lot of regulars would recognize. I've been pretty good about lately. It is reminding me how brutal the fucking cluster headaches are, though. Yeah, yeah. This album's one of the best ones I bought, for sure. I wonder what it is. Like, when I've been consistent with the whiskey, not even like overdoing it, but just like, 2 a day on average, if I maintain that, I don't get the cluster headaches. What is the deal with that? At least in my experience, yeah. Something weird. Because seriously, like I stopped, went to like 1 day a week, boom, right? Third day of none, cluster headache. Like, I'm sure it's got something to do with like oxygen, like saturation levels. And maybe that's like part of the problem with the one I had this morning, just because like the air was so shit. I don't know. But like fucking clockwork, woke me up around 4:30 a.m. Worst pain of my life. Clanker said something about like something about the blood vessels. Like by laying off the whiskey for like 3 or 4 days, it causes the brain to like overcompensate with constricting the blood vessels. I don't know if that's right. But yeah, I don't know. It's a weird thing. Not sure. But okay, so we got another thing to do here. Stocks are through the roof today, are they? The way of drinking fast. I don't know about that one. No, it's more about consistency. And in fact, like the reason I started drinking so much was because of the cluster headaches. When they would hit, that was the way I would medicate through it. Because if I chugged enough of it, I'd be able to like pass out through it, which is not healthy. I get that. Because alcohol retains LDL in the liver vessels for more than it should. But then why would it be worse? Right? Like theoretically, the blood vessels would have more flow, right? So then why would that cause the headache? Yeah, I don't know. I'm speculating. I don't think anyone truly knows this stuff. Cluster headaches are still a mystery to a lot of people. They do know it. It involves a lot of to do with like the trigeminal nerve, but they're not sure if it's like a causation or a correlation. And causes inflammation, and the inflammation theoretically enlarges the blood vessels, allowing more throughput. I'm guessing. Like I don't really know what the inflammation would mean. I thought inflammation would cause it to constrict more. Oh, the immune repair response enlarges them. Oh, okay. I mean, there's definitely a thing where like most people treat alcohol as a trigger for cluster headaches. But maybe that's like the case, right? So like when they drink the alcohol, everything's fine and dandy, right? Blood vessels enlarge and then they constrict again. Especially if you haven't been like making it a habit. I don't know. Okay, so hold up, hold up, hold up. So this is the exploration of properly doing our access and refresh JWTs. I'm not sure this is the case. I think that's just happening locally. Lowering the blood pressure. When you say rendering to headaches, do you mean like leading to headaches? Okay. I thought high blood pressure caused headaches. So I guess I misunderstand that mechanism for sure. Oh, we should be doing verify and validate. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so we do need to fix that. Yeah, we're not going to persist JWTs and sessions. That's not part of this. So hold up. Yep. Okay. So I like some of that. Okay. So So yeah, so let's make sure that works. Okay, so long term, yep, hormones, blood vessels stiffer, less able to relax as well. Cholesterol buildup makes the blood pressure worse. Short term acts as a vasodilator, long term as a vasoconstrictor. Maybe. I will just point out though, the cluster headaches were a thing before, I would say, like the consistent alcohol use. Like consistent alcohol use stemmed from the cluster headaches, because they are the worst pain I've ever experienced. Not broken collarbones, my shoulder dislocates, like all that shit. The cluster headache is a far worse pain. But let's get more music on. Trying to find albums that we haven't listened to. We haven't listened to this Mitch Murder in a while. Can't get up from the bed the next day just due to hangover or something? Who was that last artist? So at any time, you can do the song command. You know, you don't got to wait on me to do that. That last album, I believe, was this one. I just find it odd when I do the song command and then someone does it immediately after. Like, do you think it's going to change in the 3 seconds between doing it? But yeah, I think that was the last album. Maybe Agashama. People don't read the bio. I think that is really, really generous. People don't read the bio. Do they? Show of hands. Who here has actually read the bio below? And who's going to look at it right now? A long time ago. Got it. Okay, maybe I'm wrong. My bio changed since the last time you did? I doubt it. I really, really doubt it. What changed about my bio? I I don't know, man. Like you remember my bio better than I do, I guess. Oh, I added the keyboard sponsor thing. That's right. Maybe the YouTube videos? Yeah, you're right. I have modified it. Like the keyboard sponsor thing, that one was probably like 2 years ago, year and a half, something like that. YouTube stuff I haven't touched for like at least 2 years. What the hell are these goals? Oh man, I forgot I even configured those. Yeah, you're right. You're right. We have modified it. Okay, so I like the process here. All right, so yeah, I just want to verify this. Like, I'm almost positive the way that we implemented this, right? When a user is deleted, of their own volition, or if we were to delete them, the cascade would remove any relationship they have to any orgs. If they get removed from an org, then our belongs to org thing would be totally trustworthy because that relationship's been removed. And all of that stuff is checked on the belongs to org middleware. So I think we're good. Yeah. Yeah, so stale authorization risk is fine. All right, so yeah, see? Come on. I think we're good there. Like, it was painting doom and gloom in like a critique of our access refresh token stuff. There was definitely some things that needed to be validated better. That was on me, but the rest is fine. So yeah, I would say we're good. Cool. All right, so perfect. All right, so we're gonna get that fix out of the way. What was the other fix they wanted done? Normalize REST authentication principle. So current concern, right? Plugs auth appears to assign dashboard JWT claims and API keys through separate connection assigns. Right. Then belongs to org infers credential type by inspecting those. Okay. I do kind of like that. Yeah, I kind of like this idea, right? Con.assigns.auth principle. And we can match on that in various places. I mean, it should just be the plugs, and then we just assign a permission, and then we're done, right? What's up, Jalen? How you doing? I'm not so sure any of this matters as much. Right? Like, if we resolve the access token refresh token thing, I think we're good. Oh, this album sounds a little quiet, doesn't it? Let's crank that up a little. Okay, so yeah. It's just validating the OpenSpec proposal. We'll pass that off to a new context. Then we'll fix that. So then let's double check the SDK here. All right, so we started fresh here. So yeah, I still don't like some of the junk that we've got here in the SDKs repo. Like our scripts, there's too many of them, and I think a bunch of them are ad hoc and called in weird ways. I'm probably going to want to delete all the existing changes. Yeah, let's do that immediately. There we go. We'll start fresh. So yeah, Jalen, what you up to? How goes the stuff you're working on? All right, so theoretically, this one. Yep, we've got the open spec stuff. What is in our open code directory? Okay, we see the open spec stuff. Sure, we'll ignore those though. It's a lot of specs. Ooh, yeah, hold on. So you ran into one hell of an issue today. You have a user trying to access Voxport from Brazil. She self-hosts, and her PDS can't connect to Vercel's IP addresses. So you're trying to find a way to get it working for her. GLM recommended proxying Cloudflare in front of Vercel, but Vercel does not recommend it without certain steps taken. Yeah, you might just consider Cloudflare workers directly. Oh, but I forgot, you're using Next.js, right? Yeah, gross. Don't worry, we've ranted about Next.js the past couple days. We can skip it today. I guess. Okay, so yeah, this one we will just straight up apply. I guess here's another thing to check. Where are we at with our session? So weekly limit, 6 days left. Meanwhile, open code. Wish they'd just let me pay for more. But I guess that's what the, just adding to the balance. Because it really does seem to me like Open Code Go is treating the monthly usage limit as a balance anyway. Like it's almost literally just the $10 that you paid for anyway, right? So adding another $10 basically just doubles your monthly usage anyway. Hold on. Let's skip this song. It is too sleepy time. Here we go. Here we go. Two extra ad breaks a day? Agashoma, I do not make enough from ads at all. No. I make like $50 worth of ads a month. And that's streaming 5 days a week. Like 6 hours a day. But I'm not going to turn that shit up. Just to fucking convince people to sub or some bullshit? Come on. Nah. I make, I make software dev money. I'm not going to nickel and dime y'all. That'd be gross. Yeah, this song's good, right? Dude. And yeah, just in case, you can also just cruise the playlist. There's a bunch of songs on that playlist. Music got paid for. I know, right? I know that melody. I think I know that one too. That's Knight Rider, right? So yeah, I like the medley he throws into the middle of it. Oh, I guess at the end of it. All right, so yeah, that one's kicking off. So here's my thought, right? Like we're not currently using the Olama subscription at all, right? We're like, oh, I'm gonna have to do this. I think we should be good. Yeah, like we're totally flat on this one. And I think they're still doing the extra, yeah, extra usage credits. All right, so it was pretty sick today. No shame you've been door dashing to get some extra money. Sure, you know, it's a thing. While you were driving, you were able to review the issue that was reported using Devon Cloud and remotely reviewed and figured out what the issue was. Just had it create a PR for you to review when you got back home. Yeah, that's smart, man. For sure. And yeah, no shame, right? Got to do what you got to do. Probably less hassle than than like electrician work. Like easier to just pick up and go kind of thing. Unions and bullshit. Ooh, this is a good one. That last Airwolf song was great. This one's a little like, I don't know, it's a bit slow. Thundercats song though, right? I guess one question I kind of have. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Now that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. But yeah, man, hope you can get a dev job. You know, it's just tough. But I guess one big thing is like, are there like blue sky ecosystem companies hiring? Is there some way to find that? Is there some kind of like blue sky or AT proto like job board? Oh, SIFA. Oh, do you know Nick? Damn it, Nick. Have you looked at SIFA? Or yeah, SIFA? I just saw Zayu mention this one earlier. Okay. Yeah, I hadn't heard of this yet. Seems interesting. Figured I'd support it. Still waiting on my LinkedIn export or whatever. Takes them a while. But yeah, this isn't specifically focused on AT Proto though. Like it's just built on AT Proto. Right? So SIFA versus LinkedIn. So no job board integration yet. It's on the roadmap. Got it. Oh yeah, JLM. Nice. All right, let's get the singing out of our ears. Let's get something going. Should we do something crunchy or something chill? I feel like we need some crunch just to stay awake, right? I can't remember this one. I think this dude's like really guitar heavy. We'll give it a shot. All right. Yep. We'll allow it. All right. So, yeah, this thing's kicking along. What I'm thinking is I want to figure out where we're going to pay for it. I think I also want to spin up Isobench Latte, right? Like these tasks. I think I want to spin them up into a thing, probably open code based, where we're going to use open code's Kimi K3 integration and then farm out to Olama with the DeepSeek V4 Flash. And see how far that gets us. Like, how autonomous can we be about it? You know, well, we're still using codecs for Messijo stuff, right? Stuff we care about, right? I'm curious about how we get the ISO bench stuff going. So wait, what did this delete? Oh yeah, we had that all commented anyway. But why did it delete it? And yeah, I think it had seen secret here and was just totally wrong. Oh, you were tagged in today was offprint.app. Oh yeah, let me double check that. Oh, okay. So this is basically like a medium competitor, in my understanding of it. Like maybe like newsletter type stuff. What's up, Amillenite? How you doing? It is a good beanie. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, this seems cool. I don't know why that guitar riff reminded me of anyone here play MechWarrior 2 Mercenaries? That soundtrack was fire. Yeah, we get it, Celestial. We get it. Oh, is that what that was? Yeah, Cordy, I saw that. I saw you tag me. Thanks. Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Yeah, I'll check it out. And for everyone else, yeah, check out that video over in Promote Yourself. Yeah, it's about the Viterbi algorithm, and I guess it's something that is like built into basically everything we do with signal analysis and stuff like that, right? Is that a good quick assessment? Another thing I remember from the other day, you mentioned that like there's even chips made specifically for that algorithm, right? There's most likely like SIMD instructions and stuff built into most CPUs these days. Would that be an accurate assessment too? Very prominent in signal processing analysis. Yeah, super cool, man. Yeah, thank you for sharing that. Yeah, like Celestial Bluetooth. Check it out over in the Promote Yourself channel, for sure. And just in case, Discord. You wonder if you'll study that in university? Maybe. It depends. Like, so you said you're starting university soon, right? And are you just about to graduate high school? Or you just recently graduated high school, I should say? Right. Yeah, you mentioned that. So if you're just starting out, you're probably going to end up getting. Okay, so you've long graduated. Gotcha. I wasn't sure how old you are. Like, I don't know. My bad. Sorry to assume. Like, let me put it this way. Do you have your associate's degree already? Because a big part of it is getting your associates out of the way. And I guess, hold on, are you here in the US? Yeah, so associates is like a USA thing. Got it. And yeah, I forget where you're based out of, Celestial, so I could be totally wrong on that. In general, an associate's degree is mainly focused on like the common basics. Eastern Europe. Gotcha. So probably a different thing. And probably not as big of a concern. All I was going to say is here in the US, you're better off getting your associates maybe from like a community college or something, just to knock out the prerequisites of like math and English and or like language credits and some of that bullshit. They will have you do stuff towards your major a little bit. Like I definitely had programming classes for my associate's degree. But it's just, if you're here in the US, it is so much fucking cheaper to get your associate's degree, the first 2 years of your degree, from a community college or something, and then transfer into a proper university for the bachelor's. Well, I mean, I guess the big thing is like, how long is your bachelor's, right? Is it a 2 year degree or a 4 year degree? 4 years? Yeah, yeah. So a bachelor's is 4 years. But, and what I'm guessing is where you're at, it's not nearly as like predatory as the university system here is in the US. Yeah, exactly. So, yep. Just want to double check. Yeah, that makes so much sense. Yeah, so for sure, no big deal. Here in the US, even at a community college, you're going to be spending like 2K a semester. I know, right? It's fucking crazy. But it gets so much more expensive at university. At university, you'll be paying anywhere between 5 and 10K. Yeah, I don't know about that, QWERTY. I'm not sure. Yeah, don't dare go out of state. Yeah, out of state will be like, you know, 10 to 15K minimum per semester. Like, dude, it is a racket. And it's basically the same thing that happens with life insurance here in the US. You know, they know you're not going to be paying for it out of pocket, so they don't have to optimize for cost. So they inflate the rate to charge you for the thing, right? And it just becomes bullshit. Now, technically, yeah, the loan you get for education is out of your pocket, but you pay it off over time. But it's just funny, like the analogy, like, dude, at 18, they don't trust you to drink alcohol. You can't buy alcohol at a store, but you can take on 120K in debt, no problem. Unforgivable debt, no problem. That's lifetime debt. Right? They'll let you sign up for the military and murder people officially, but you still can't drink. Yeah, exactly. No clearance on bankruptcy. It's the only debt I'm aware of that has no clearance on bankruptcy because it's shady as fuck. Yeah, the lending industry for education is super fucking shady. Almost as bad as health insurance companies. Yeah, no rental cars till you're 25. Yep, yep. Yeah, that one's fucked. I rented my first rental car last year. 41. Because it just made more sense to do that than fly from Pittsburgh to Newark. Especially because I think there was a bunch of, like, it was during the whole shenanigans of, like, the air traffic controller shutdown or strike or whatever. But yeah. Yeah, stuff's crazy, man. Let me double check one thing. What are my meetings like tomorrow? Super chill. Super chill. Uh, I mean, no, there's a lot of cool stuff, but there's a lot of bullshit too. Like anywhere. All right, so this is for the SDK part. Damn, yeah, this album's good. I forgot. I forgot how much I liked it. Ooh, and yeah, anyone who does Go stuff. Yeah, this seems interesting. So Pravan showed it to us earlier. I forgot to look at it when they were recommending it. And Celestial, good thing your parents didn't move when you were 14. I mean, I don't know. But yeah, anyone who does Golang, this is a compile to Golang library, and it's mostly Go everywhere, except you get some other stuff. Things like enums and pattern matching. Pretty cool. All right, so you can detect and bail on missing branches of an enum. Right there at compilation instead of runtime. Right, you can bubble up errors, so no more like error doesn't equal nil blocks. That's pretty solid. Like, I really like that idea. I think that makes Go like massively more usable. Right? So you can just directly bubble it up, or you can basically just like do a catch for it and return a specific error. Right? The ability to narrow your types, right? So technically this function could return the struct or nil, but here if you do a check for nil, boom, it knows that this is not possibly nil. Right? Something we take for granted in TypeScript, for example. And then I guess better error messages, that is something Go kind of lacks in a major way. So yeah, that's pretty cool too. Yeah. Yeah, seems really interesting to me. All right, but continuing along. Let's go back to the session. So theoretically, the JWT thing completed. We are going to need to just like review. And you know what? It's basically 9 o'clock. I should eat like a proper meal. We had that rainbow trout earlier that was delicious, but I should probably get like at least some like salad or something in me. Get another like protein, collagen, creatine shake in me. We're going easy on the calories. Got to make sure we consume enough vitamins and protein. I got a multivitamin behind me. But yeah, this all feels like stuff we can get back into on Thursday. And looking at Thursday, I might be able to start fairly early. And Friday looks pretty open too. So yeah, I'm thinking Thursday and Friday we can do like nice longer sessions for sure. And, Friday I could probably have some whiskey. We'll see. But I got render ATL next week, right? I had registered for another thing. I think we're good. But yeah, do I use any calendar apps? I just use Google Calendar and whatever's on my phone. I think my Google Calendar syncs with my Apple Calendar pretty easily. Yeah, I think my Apple Calendar synced with my Google Calendar. But we should go figure out who to raid. Who's live right now? If we go too late, people are going to raid us, and then I'm going to be stuck here. But no, I got some work I need to do. I also want to check out a new game, too. Because some of the work I can do, we can do on the side. We're going to go to Griffing and chill, for sure. We got to figure out who to raid first, though. Front end Eddie. I'm seeing a lot of game dev. Oh, here we go. Chip. Let's work on a website, art and animations, and more. Website design, Django. Oh, he doesn't have a camera. Damn it. Damn it. Yeah, the no camera thing really gets me. Schemer codes, they don't have a camera, but they do have like an avatar. You know what? Hold on. We get rated by Trycatch TV. It is Spanish though. Damn. God, this is like the toughest part. God, it's just so tough. That's what happens when we go so late. Hey, what's up, Keenology? How you doing? Let's do tech support, because, you know, we've seen them back in the day, I think. They don't have a camera. I think it'll be fine, though. They're at least like someone who's been around, who used to hang out and chat quite a bit. Hi, there are no rules. All right. Yeah, let's go raid tech support. And yeah, you'll probably recognize them from like other channels and stuff too. At least like, you know, their name. Maybe, maybe not. But yeah, Keenology, sorry, bad timing. I need to get some food in my belly. It's almost 9 p.m. I need to get some work done for some work stuff. I also kind of want to check out a new game. We'll see, we'll see. But I'll be over on the gaming channel if people want to hang out. That is Gripping and Chill over on here on Twitch. You know, so for the YouTube and Twitter crowd. Be a whole lot cooler if you did. But yeah, so I am going to bid farewell to the Twitter and YouTube crowds. Thank you all for hanging out. Appreciate you. I will be back on Thursday on this channel.